Cek, cek, cek. 3, 2, 1.
Terdengar jelas Pak suaranya.
Cek, cek, cek. 3, 2, 1, cek sound. Tes. Tes. 3, 2, 1. Cek, cek.
Ah, ya, kan? Berarti lagi. Tidak keluar, langsung berempet,
Tes. Mrs. Niken.
Ya Ibu, suaranya terdengar jelas. We can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Miss Nika.
Hello, Mrs. Siti. Thank you for joining the second day of the training.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are about to resume the training, and is okay. I'm trying to call Mrs. Juni. Mrs. Juni, are you already present on this Zoom meeting? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will commence the training. Distinguished trainers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the online training course on the principles and applications of the integrated pest and disease management in the African countries, organized by the Non-Aligned Movement Center for Socio-Technical Cooperation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, in cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Today is the training second day. As you may know, we will listen to the presentation from the ICAT Ketindans expert and having discussions. I hope you will stay with us for the next few hours. First of all, before we start the core activity of the training, I would like to invite Mrs. Juni from the LMS team to give an overview. Mrs. Juni, you have the floor.
Mrs. Niken, and all participants, before we start the first material of subject today about ecologically based integrated pest management, which will be delivered by Mrs. Lutfi Andriani. Let's watch video about agriculture in Indonesia. Please enjoy.
In the deep blue sky, there is a country, not a country on the clouds, which is filled with tales of good and goodies. There is a land of endless spectacular wonders, with a millions timeless treasure, amazingly beautiful land, exotic and charming, beloved homeland as the emerald of the equator, a country surrounded by fertile value and canyon. The people live in harmony and peacefully. Prosperous country, a gift from God. Indonesia, unity in diversity. Indonesia is a big agrarian country. It has a rich biodiversity, so that agriculture sector becomes a potential contributor to national income. Various innovations continue to be explored and developed, not only for quantity, not only for quality, but also for the welfare of society. In fact, maintaining sustainable agriculture is not easy. Climate change, pests, and disease is a challenge that always comes. But agriculture must survive. IPM, agro-ecosystem management, healthy soil management, pest and disease management is a breakthrough that needs to be done for sustainable agriculture. Agriculture that's not just for the present, but agriculture is for better life in the future.
Thank you for your attention. Hopefully, by watching the video, the participant will get an overview of our country in Indonesia, especially in the agriculture sector. Okay, now we will move to the first material for today. Please welcome Mrs. Lutfi Andriani. Time is yours now.
Okay, while we are waiting for Mrs. Lutfi Andriani, of course, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Mrs. Juni and for the very nice film about the potential and agriculture and Indonesian natural resources. As you may listen or you may heard from Mrs. Juni that now we are going to listen to the presentation from Mrs. Lutfi Andriani. And while we are waiting, I would like to read her brief biodata before she begins her presentation. So Mrs. Lutfi Andriani has 11 years of experience providing training on sustainable agriculture, plant disease, plant pathology, integrated pest and disease management, and agri-ecosystem. She holds a master's degree in plant sciences. She is now teaching at the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Training of Ketindan, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. She publishes scientific journals and books on ecological control of plant pest organisms and usage of plant growth promoting bacteria. During this session, she presents the ecologically based integrated pest management. Without further ado, may I give the floor to Mrs. Lutfi Andriani. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Niken and Ms. Juni. Good morning to all participants. Please introduce, my name is Lutfi Andriani. I'm a trainer in ICAT Ketindan. I'm very grateful for the given opportunity at this time. We hope that we are all always in the protection of God. Stay healthy, stay happy, and hopefully the COVID pandemic will end soon and we can all meet face to face offline someday. Okay, all of the happy participants, according to the current theme, which is about ecologically based integrated pest management, before we move on the theme, of course, we must have the goal. Because if we don't have a goal, we will be swayed and seem to lose our way. Currently, we have a learning objective, including at the end of this session, the participant should have a better understanding of how to prevent pests and plant diseases by agroecosystem ecology as the basic of integrated pest management. The introduction of this is the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships for the goal. To be able to achieve this goal, one thing who needs to be considered is agriculture. Including 1, 2, 3, we need to focus on developing the agricultural sector. As we already know that for crop production is not easy. We need to adjust the climate, weather, soil type, and plant types according to our respective regions. Not only abiotic factor, but also the biotic factor can be inhibitor for the crop production. There are dynamic biotic constraints, pests and plant diseases that can affect the quality and quantity of crop production and even crop failure due to pests and diseases. Therefore, we need to find the root of the problem so that the solution implemented can be precise and complete, such as the tagline of company in Indonesia, solving problem without problems. There is, okay, we will find out where did the pest come from, how to control it, and don't go anywhere. Stay tuned on this presentation. Okay, this is the problem. Identify your problems, but give your power and energy to solution. This is the problem that generally occurs in Indonesia related to agriculture and pests. We need a food. We produce the material. We produce the material of food by farming or crop production. And in the farming or crop production, there is a same plant in a wide area. We need a large crop production quantity for fully needed of human. So we maybe added a lot of the chemical fertilizer, and in Indonesia usually nitrogen fertilizer. The monoculture or same plant and much of nitrogen fertilizer cause the insect herbivore are same, and the quantity become larger, and we call it pest. So we need to manage the insect herbivore. So what's the problem for this? The first is monoculture system, the same plant, and low biodiversity. So in wide area, the plant is the same. The second, the use of a lot of chemical fertilizer without test before and low organic fertilizer. And the solution is agroecosystem ecology as the basic of integrated pest disease management and integrated pest diseases management itself. That's the solution of the problems. So this is some of polling. Before we discuss one by one, we want the participant to take a part in the poll by clicking the link that we wrote in the chat room. I will write on the chat room, and all of you can click the link, and you can fill in to the polling, which is about what in your mind when you hear the word integrated pest management. I'm sorry. Okay. Is it work? But if it's, oh, okay, this is, it's worked. This is strategies, biopesticides, and the other maybe sustainable agriculture. Okay, threshold. Okay. Oh, some of idea. Okay. No one again. Okay. If no one again, from this polling, we know that a lot of you know about integrated pest management. So we have to resume the definition of integrated pest management, including the word in your idea. There are a lot of about IPM. Integrated pest management means the careful consideration of all available pest management techniques like biopesticide, okay, and subsequent integration of appropriate measures that discourage the development of pest population and threshold and other intervention to level that are economically justified and reduce or minimize risk to human health and the environment. IPM emphasizes the growth of a healthy crop with the least possible disruption to agroecosystem and encourages natural pest control mechanism. So the key components of IPM, the first is prevent, the second is monitor, and the third is intervene or treatment or intervention. And then in agroecological base of integrated pest management, we focus in the prevent. Because for long-term solution to the pest and diseases problem could be achieved through the improvement and management of agroecosystem to prevent the damage caused pests and diseases. The definition of agroecosystem is communities of organisms interacting with their environment, which is modified to produce agricultural goods. And then agroecosystem design is planning of the spatial and temporal arrangement of an agroecosystem, as well as its agrobiodiversity and management, considering the interaction of its components mutually and with their environment. In simple terms, agroecosystem is designing agricultural farms as closely as possible to the condition of forest biodiversity. And this is an example of an agroecosystem landscape in the preventive activities section of IPM. The component in the image include the first, in this agroecosystem, pest, and then flower border or refugia, intercropping, mycorrhiza or PGBB or trichoderma, organic fertilizer, this is refugia 2, nutrient management, natural enemy, and for the modern agriculture, this is drone for pesticide and fertilizer, the liquid pesticide and fertilizer. This is the component, and all of the component will be explained one by one. But before we explain, the goal of landscape management are creation of habitat mosaics, enhance diversity, provision of adequate water amounts and quality, increase ecosystem resistance to disturbance, promotion of regeneration of target plant species, increasing agricultural production in a sustainable manner, stabilizing and protection of natural resources, and provision of wood and shelter for wildlife. Which the component in agro-ecosystem landscape, which can be summarized as a pillar of the ecological pest management. This is the agro-ecosystem design, the pillars of ecological pest management. This is above ground for plant diversification and refugia and beneficial insect, and then below ground, this is soil pest and nutrient management, addition the compost and beneficial microorganism. For to action, we hope agroecosystem to be healthy and not easily get damaged from pests and diseases. Okay, we will explain one by one about what have to do in agroecosystem ecologically based integrated pest management. The first is above ground plant diversification and natural enemies. In plant diversity, there are intercropping, rotation, and flowering plant refuge. And then the beneficial insect is identifying beneficial insect and conservation natural enemies. The beneficial insect and plant diversity is a mutualism symbiosis. So the plant diversity is responsible for minimizing the economic damage from insect pests by facilitating the population of existing or naturally occurring beneficial organisms by supplying them with the appropriate habitat and alternative food source. The pollen and nectar present in the flowering plants are required as alternative food for natural enemies, which are the key element of diversified agroecosystem. The population of natural enemies, for example, predators, parasitoid, and insect pathogen, is diverse and abundant in diverse agroecosystem, where fewer chemical pesticides are used than in monoculture or in fields routinely treated with pesticide. The field margin can be converted into reservoirs of natural enemies by providing habitats which supply pollen, nectar, and other resources. And this is the example of plant diversification or crop diversity in the ICIT Ketindan. This is in field banana, maize, rice, tomatoes, so and the refugia, but the refugia is not appear so little maybe. And then this is the diversity on land or field. This on the example. This is the example of intercropping for small-scale farming. So if we don't have wide area for planting, we can apply this intercropping with only small-scale farming. And then the flowering plant or the refugia, this is the example. This is the rice, and then the flowering plant, to be the strip between the rice. This is the example 2. And then refugia is an area overgrown with several types of plants that can provide shelter, feed sources for natural enemies such as predators and parasitoids. It can be planted polyculture or intercropping with other plants or the flowering plant. Flowering plant that attract natural enemies. This is for the example, dill, blanket flower, yarrow, coriander, tansy, goldenrod, and the other is caraway, fennel, wild parsnip, and then cosmos, sunflower, and then the legume for the example of the example of flowering plant that attract natural enemies: alfalfa, big flower fat, fava bean, hairy fat, sweet clover, and then the brassicaceae or mustard family. This is basket of gold alyssum, hoary alyssum, mustard, sweet alyssum, yellow rocket, and world mustard. And the other species that can attract the natural enemies are buckwheat or quinquefoil. And then the mechanism of the refugia to attract the parasitoid or biological control agent and control the population of pests is the parasitoid come to the refugia cause finding the nectar for the food. And then the parasitoid get the volatile compounds from the plants in response to insect feeding, trigged by an interaction of elicitors from the oral secretion of insect herbivores with damaged plant tissue. These volatiles are used by some parasitoid wasps to locate their host. So the parasitoid, the host of parasitoid is the pest. And then the mechanism of the refugia or intercropping to block movement of the pest are the refugia or other plant varieties on the field. This is the example. And then the difference of the movement of the pest and parasitoid. So the movement of parasitoid are moved to there, and then the pest, the reverse, like that. So they're toxic meat because what a tragedy. So the parasitoid, because the reverse of the movement, so they meet on this plant because the help of the refugia, something like that. Okay, this is the example of parasitoid on the flowering plant. This is the parasitoid, and then on the plant. And then the example mechanism of the parasitoid control the pest. This is the example mechanism, and the video is
here in the southeastern United States. These besieged plants have actually sent up a chemical mist and SOS to these black wasps. Why? Because black wasps are known as aphid killers, and some aphids are busily sucking the life out of these plants. Now, despite its nickname, this wasp isn't here merely to kill the aphids. No, that would be too easy. Like a character in a James Bond movie, the wasp has a more exquisite punishment for the aphid. With a clinical precision, the wasp injects a single egg into each aphid's body. This means a slow death for the aphid as the wasp egg grows inside it. Each wasp can plant eggs in 200 aphids. The aphids send out their own chemical alarm systems and the colony panics. But it's too late. The wasp has done its work. Hasta la vista, baby. And we mean baby. The aphids face a gruesome death. The ravenous wasp larva will eat the aphid alive from the inside out. The aphid's body becomes the incubator for the young of its predator. A new generation of assassins will soon emerge, littering these killing fields with corpses. Okay, now here's the money shot. The young wasp emerging to seek out more aphids to begin this cycle all over again. The wasp, with its exquisitely deftly plan, and yet just doing what nature's programmed it to do.
Okay, we will continue. And before we have the video about the example mechanism of the parasitoid to control the pest. The parasitic wasps ovipositing on the pest, and then the egg will be come bigger and then kill the pest, something like that. Okay, we will continue to the rotation because before we not yet explained it. Crop rotation is an important tool in organic agriculture for the management of insect and mite pests, diseases, nematodes, and weeds. The inclusion of crops that don't support growth and reproduction of the pathogen in rotation reduce the amount of soil-borne inoculum. The crops in the same family generally should not follow or another in the field because the pest will on their day by day, year by year. So we need the rotation. And then we continue to the pillar of ecological agroecosystem as the basic of the integrated pest management. This is for the below ground. There are soil pests and nutrient management, and then addition of the compost and the beneficial microorganism. Soil testing and nutrient management. The advantage of for soil testing, the first to optimize crop production, and then to protect the environment from contamination by runoff and leaching excess fertilizers, to aid in the diagnosis of plant culture problem for abiotic factor, and then to improve the nutritional balance of the growing media, and then to save money and conserve energy by applying only the amount of fertilizer needed. This is the advantage for soil testing. So we have to do this before we plant. Before we have to culture the plant. Okay, like that. Okay, and then nutrient management in order to make plants increase the growth rate, stay more vigorous, make better use of soil water, and to produce greater numbers of roots, allowing more surface area for root absorption and nutrient uptake, and shortening susceptible stages of plant growth. Maintaining balanced soil nutrition is essential. So nutrient management is have to do. The plant nutrition indirectly affects pathogen and diseases, since mineral nutrients are essential metabolic regulator for plant growth. And if we don't do nutrient management, as I said before, there are a lot of nitrogen fertilizer, chemical nitrogen fertilizer make plant more delicious for pests. So the pest is more become larger if the chemical nitrogen fertilizer is applied to the plant. And then this is the example of the testing of NPK by Android application, applying only the amount of fertilizer needed. And then this is the example for determining the pH. And applying calcium carbonate for agriculture if the soil is acid. And then addition of organic matter or compost. We have to do this because we need the organic matter to the structure of the soil, and then to increase the nutrient, and then improve plant growth, reduce soil erosion, allow soil to retain more water, enhance soil fertility, reduce waste, landfill, and burn, benefit soil structure, allow soil to retain more nutrients, stores carbon in soil to protect the climate, builds the community resilience and power. And it's something everyone can do. So it's easy. And then don't burning the straw from the rice field, because if it's burned, the nutrient, micronutrient like magnesium, silica, and etc. is lost. So we have to composting the straw, and then we apply to the field. And then how to composting? The first, preparation of the material: straw, 2 liter molasses, 2 liter decomposer, and 200 liter water. And then mill the straw and stack in layer. And then mix the water, decomposer, and molasses. Wait for a while to active the decomposers. And then spray the mixed water to the mill straw. Use the bamboo pipe to aeration. Cover the straw with plastic, and then incubate in 14 until 13 days until ripe. And it will be this is any video, but in the end of this presentation. For the tutorial how to composting. And then the right compost characteristic followed by bali tanah. The first, constant temperature, and then crumbs and dark brown color. Say organic, more than 12%. CN ratio, 15 until 25%. And then moisture content, 40 until 50%. And then we continue to beneficial microorganism. This is two of microorganisms that have a benefit to our field, to our land. This is bacteria, plant growth promoting bacteria, and then the fungi, for example, mycorrhizae, trichoderma, and cleocladium. Back to bacteria, this is plant growth promoting bacteria, the PGBB. This is the differences about the habitat. This is rhizospheric. In Indonesia, we know plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, and then the endophytic, we know plant growth promoting bacteria itself, and then symbiotic bacteria and cyanobacteria. The beneficial of plant growth promoting bacteria. The first is biostimulant. Enhance plant growth cause the ability to produce growth regulator hormone in the acetic acid. This is only one example. This is the other regulator hormone like siderophore and the other. And then bioprotectant, increase plant resistance, cause the ability to produce antibiotic. Antibiotics. And then the third, biofertilizer, is solubilizing the phosphate. And then this is in the right is some of the picture from the beneficial of plant growth promoting bacteria. This is abiotic stress. The plant, if the plant have abiotic stress, there are microorganisms can be help the plant. And then biocontrol, bacteria protects plant by competing with pathogens for resources, inducing plant systemic resistance and producing antimicrobial compound. And then biofertilizer, bacteria increase the bioavailability of nutrient for plant use. There I say before, solubilizing the phosphate. And then the phytohormone, bacteria produce plant hormone that encourage plant growth, like EAA. And how to mass production or propagation of PGPB, the liquid, use the liquid media. And then we use the bamboo root. The first, we need a bran, and then we need sugar, and then we need fish paste, and then we need bamboo root, and we need calcium carbonate. The calcium carbonate is have to add the water and soak it. And then how to make it? The first, bamboo roots taken from the soil in the 10 until 15 depth. Clean bamboo root and soak with boiled water. Incubate it for 3 days. This is 100 grams of bamboo root, and then the water is 1 liter. And then we have to make a medium with a mixture of 15 liters of water, and then 200 grams of sugar, 100 grams of fish paste, and 500 grams of bran. And then 1 teaspoon calcium carbonate soaked in water. Maybe I can this is the example. Okay, this is the example of bran, the liter of bran, like that. It's from the rice, the ripe of rice, and then the wash of rice, and then we have the sugar, some of sugar. Maybe it's same in the other place. And then we have the soap water, calcium carbonate soap water. So the calcium carbonate, maybe I can show it. I can show it. This is the calcium carbonate, and then soak it with water. And then we have to add to the mixture to the medium. And then this is the fish paste. The fish paste. Like that. Maybe in your country maybe different, but this is the paste of fish. Okay, and then we continue to the how to make the propagation of PGPB. After the medium is finished, we have to cool it on the until the room temperature, and then we have to mixing the filtered media. So we have filter it, and then we have to mixing with the filtered bamboo root water. So this bamboo root water filtered it and then mix with the media. Incubate it, and then incubate it until 7 days, and we can use for application. This is the application of beneficial microorganism, for example, the PGPB. The first, we can apply to seed treatment or the plant. and then we can spray it, and the other. And after this PGBB, we can explain about mycorrhiza. And then this is the video about mycorrhiza.
Over 80% of plants live in a symbiotic relationship with a remarkable organism called mycorrhizal fungi. Through this symbiosis, the fungi and the plant naturally develop a lifelong bond of mutual benefit that's existed for over 450 million years. Mycorrhiza is the term used to describe the symbiotic relationship between mycorrhizal fungi and a plant's root system. First, the spore of mycorrhizal fungi germinate in the soil and make their way to the nearest roots. The roots are then colonized by the fungi, and mycorrhiza are established. The fungi penetrate the root and create an internal network of fungal structures inside the root cells, where the plant and mycorrhizae exchange sugars and nutrients. Finally, the hyphae continue to develop outside the roots, forming an extended network of fine filaments, which cover up to 700 times more soil area than the plant's own roots. This secondary root system draws in extra beneficial nutrients and water, supporting a plant or tree for its entire lifetime.
Okay, that's the video about the mycorrhiza. So I hope all of you know more about mycorrhiza. And then the propagation of mycorrhiza is the first 1 kilo or mycorrhiza starter, and then add to 100 kilos of the compost. I'm sorry, I will replay it. Add to 100 kilo of the compost, and then cover with plastic or put in the sack, and then incubate it in 7 days, and then the compost plus mycorrhiza is ready to apply. So we have two advantage for the compost, not only the compost, but also we plus it with the biological control agent like the mycorrhiza. And then the difference of the mycorrhiza and the plant growth promoting bacteria is the species, because the mycorrhiza is a fungi, and then the plant growth promoting bacteria, so it's a bacteria. And then the benefit of mycorrhiza, different of the plant growth promoting bacteria, is the mycorrhiza can help the plant to remove minimize of the water. So if in your land this is very minimized in water, you can add the mycorrhiza, the compost plus mycorrhiza to the land, and then it will help the plant to longer the root, and the longer of plant root will help the plant meet the water to the very deep land, like that. I hope all of you know what I say. Maybe if you don't mind, maybe if have a question in the last of presentation, maybe we can discuss it. And then this is ecologically based APM is economic, feasible, and sustainable. Look, we can look to the picture. This farmer have a lot of money because he is apply the ecologically based APM, because the first the soil testing and nutrient management not was full of nutrient provided in accordance with the needs of the soil. And then the right amount of nitrogen fertilizer is minimizes of the damage caused of the pest. And then the right amount of fertilizer, the right purchase, so that the production cost is reasonable, minimized compared with excessive fertilizer, the farmer become richer because this purchase. And then the second, addition of the compost, beneficial microorganism, use the local material, and then the farmer usually has the material because this is near from his or her house, from the farmer house, and then, for example, straw, household waste, more economic for the farmer because it's near from the area of the farmer, and the farmer, like the straw, the rice farmer usually have it. And then the rotation, crop diversity, intercropping, and the refuge increase the farmer income from the other varieties. So in the intercropping, a lot of crop production, and then increase the farmer income. And the overproduction of the refugia can be used as a dried flower for decoration. The example like this. And it can increase the farmer income too. Maybe in Indonesia, we have a female farmer group, female farmer group. It can be production about this. And then we have to resume all of the ecologically based of integrated pest management on the video. And in the video, we have the tutorial about how to make a compost, and then how to propagation of the plant growth promoting bacteria by bamboo. Okay, to all participants, I have to apologize that the video has some of trouble. So we have to continue the presentation, and then if the video is okay, it will continue to the video. I will continue to the key component of the IPM. For the second is the monitor. Before we have, I have to say about the prevent. The case component of IPM. The first is prevent. The second is monitor. The third is intervene or intervention or treatment. And then I have to explain about monitor. In the monitor, you have to know about the pest identification. This is the example picture for the identification. We have to choose the sampling, and then we have to know about the identification of the pest. And then the pest identification are animals whose life activities like feeding, sheltering, and reproducing interfere crop production or can be damage to the crop production. To be able to carry out pest management appropriately, we have to correct for the identification of the pest. The factors that make animal become pests, the first, the monoculture, the change of biodiversity of the forest to the monoculture. So I have said before that the monoculture make the insect herbivore are same too, and they become larger because the feeding amount is very large. So the animal become a pest. And then the second, the not wisely application of the chemical pesticide, because the not wisely the application of the chemical pesticide make natural enemies are die too, and if the natural enemy die, it will be increase the population of the pest. And then the third is migration. This is Acrididae, the migration of Acrididae. So it's only temporary to the field, to some area, and then it will move to the other of area. And then the fourth is the factors that make animal become pests. The fourth is the human. Some of human in her opinion, in the human opinion, this is the pest, and the other human is not a pest. For example, the mouse, the Ratus argentipenter in the Java, this is a pest. But in Indonesia, like Manado or Sulawesi, it's not a pest, because in Manado, the Ratus argentipenter it's consumed by human, something like that. And then the fifth is the rotation. If not rotation, the insect herbivore in the area is the same day by day, year by year. So the animal become pests. And then insect pest characteristic. To classify insects become pests is determined by the mouth parts. The first, pursing and sucking. A big trough which liquid food is ingested. Example, hemipteran, homoptera, and thrips. And then 2. Biting or chewing. Mandible act as jaws. Example, grasshopper, beetles, termites, and larval moths. The biting insect may damage plants as follows. A. Reduce the amount of leaf assimilative tissue and hinder plant growth. Examples are leaf eaters such as adults and nymphes of locust and epilahna, and larvae of Plutella, Pieris, Plusea, and sawfly larvae. The example like that. And then B. Tunnel in the stem and interrupt sap flow, often destroying the apical part of the plant. These are stem borers and shoot flies, such as Zeuzera in apple branches, Chepus in wheat, Ostrinia in maize, and Aterigona in maize and sorghum. The example is like this. And then C, ring bark stems, for example, some Cerambicidae. This is the example. And then D, destroy buds or growing points and cause subsequent distortion or proliferation as fruit bud weevils. The example is D. And then E, cause premature fruit fall as with cherry fruit fly, codling moths, apple sawfly. This is E, the fruit fly, not only in this fruit, but also in mango, in the other fruit. And then F, attack flowers and reduce seed production as with blossom beetles and Japanese beetle. The example is the F. And then G, injure or destroy seeds completely or reduce germination due to loss of food reserves. Example are hazelnut weevil, maize weevil. This is the example. Pea and bean bruchids, pea pod borers, and bean pod borers. And then H, attack roots and cause loss of water and nutrient absorbing tissue, as with wireworms. This is the example. And various kaffir larvae, Scarabidae, and other beetle larvae in the soil. And then I, remove stored food from tubers and corms and affect next season growth. Example are cutworms and wireworms in potato and potato tuber moth larvae. This is the example. And this is the pest of maize. The important pest of maize, Spodoptera frugiperda or fall armyworm. The sign of this Spodoptera frugiperda is Y letter in the head of the worm, of the fall armyworm. This is the sign. This is the sign of the Spodoptera frugiperda. The difference with Spodoptera litura. In Spodoptera litura, the sign is the ring on the head. But in Spodoptera frugiperda, have a Y letter on the head. This is the difference. And then it's make damage to the maize or the corn like that. So if the shoot is a damage, so it will fail to be product for the fruit of maize, for the corn, I'm sorry. And then this is the bioecology of the Spodoptera frugiperda. The egg on the stalk, the female moth will ovipositing on the stalk, and then the worm on the leaf and then to the other part of the maize or corn. And then the second is Helicoverpa armigera or corn earworm. The symptoms is eggs are light on the silks, larvae invade the cobs, and developing grain is consumed like that. Secondary bacterial infection are common because the damage of the pest make the bacteria easy to enter to the South Africa. The oviposition period is 10 until 23 days with an average of 730 eggs per female. Hairy surface are preferred for oviposition, which is closely linked with the period of bud burst and flower production in most host plants. And we have to know about Helicoverpa armigera because the damage is very bad. And then this is pest of mango. The important pest is fruit flies. The female punctures outer wall of major fruits with the help of its point ovipositor and insert eggs in small clusters in size mesocarp of major fruits. On hatching, the maggots feed on fruit pulp and the infested fruits start rotting due to further secondary infection. And then fruit borer, the symptoms like this. Larva burn into fruits, so it can be very serious damage to the mango. And then thrips, nymphs, and adults lacerate the tissues and suck the oozing cell sac. The symptoms like this. And then mealybug. The adult bugs are covered with whitish powder and colonized between bark of tree trunk. You shoot and panicle, causing flower drop, affecting fruit set. So we have to know about this pest. We have to correct the identification. So if we will intervention or intervene or treatment the IPM, we have the correct choice to the technique, the management technique. And then scale insect, the symptom like this, and shoot borer. This is the last of the pest mango. So we have a video 2 about pest. Maybe okay. We have to break for 5 minutes. A minute. We have to break a minute. Okay. Maybe we can do the quiz, and then because this is any problem, maybe we have to have the quiz. Yeah.
Recording.
Okay, I hope the all participants uh, can continue to this presentation, and then I will share some quiz. Please check to the chat room, and then in the chat room there is a link to do the quiz. The quiz is about our presentation, and we have to do this. And all of you can follow to the link. All of you are can follow the link or not? Maybe you can respond to the chat room. No one can do the quiz.
Mrs. Lutfi, this is Nikan from NAM Center. Maybe if there is something that you can share screen regarding the result of the quiz, we would very welcome you to do that so that we can know whether the participants are accessing the link. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll continue.
3, 2, 1.
Maybe because of the problem, maybe I can finish the presentation, and the video will be show if the problem is correct. Maybe the video is okay. This is the video.
Hello everyone. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people in the planet now and into the future. 17 Sustainable Development Goals are: partnerships for the goals, responsible consumption and production, decent work and economic growth, good health and well-being, life below water, clean water and sanitation, climate action, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, affordable and clean energy, gender equality, quality education, zero hunger, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, no poverty. To be able to achieve this goal, the important thing to be considered is agriculture, because in the crop production, sometimes it is constrained by attacks of harmful pests and diseases. So, we need to implement an integrated pest management system so that agricultural products are maintained in quality, quantity, and environmentally friendly. Integrated pest management is a holistic approach to sustainable agriculture that focuses on managing insects, weeds, and diseases through a combination of cultural, physical, biological, and chemical methods that are cost-effective, environmentally sound, and socially acceptable. This includes the responsible use of crop protection and plant biotech products. Food and Agricultural Organization have defined IPM as the careful consideration of all available pest control techniques and subsequent integration of appropriate measures that discourage the development of pest populations and keep pesticides and other interventions to levels that are economically justified and reduce or minimize risks to human health and the environment. IPM emphasizes healthy plant growth, conservation of natural enemies, regular observations, and encouraging natural pest control mechanisms. The implementation
I'm sorry for the team from the BBBP Ketindan, ICAT Ketindan. I think the voice is not clear. Maybe there is a problem on your audio device. Perhaps you can try playing it from another device, maybe from Mrs. Lutfi's laptop or other devices that are available on the studio, in the studio. Thank you. You can. Mrs. Lutfi? Hello, Mrs. Lutfi?
Yes, now it's okay.
Yes, but yeah, but because the audio, there's an audio problem.
Okay,
Just
Miss
now
Niken,
there is no
I'm
audio.
sorry.
Yes.
You
Oh, there is
can
no
hear me?
problem.
Yes, we can hear you pretty well. Maybe you can start over the video, perhaps from your laptop. I think there's a problem on the audio of the BBB Ketindan Studio account. That's why we could not hear the voice clearly.
Okay, wait for a minute, and I will maybe share screen to the second video.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I can maybe I can share the second video about the past. Is it the voice?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi.
Oxia spp is a pretty important pest on some food crops. It has a range of pest hosts, enough as maize plants, nuts, rice, cotton, and wheat. The attack-inflicted pests are tear-in leaves, and a heavy attack skeletal leaves it just. Locusts are many pests' main destructive of the plant. Planococcus sp. Above ground damage. Mealybugs feed on stems and leaves by sucking sap and congregate in sheltered parts, egg sheaths, leaf bases, leaf undersurfaces, around buds, stems, lower parts of fronds, crowns, flowers, where two pieces of fruit touch. Infestations are often not noticed until numerous and unsightly. Sap feeding distorts and yellows foliage. Unchecked infestations on soft-leaf plants, causing them to wilt and die. Damage by citrus cutworm can be substantial because they feed on young fruit. In addition, larvae of the citrus cutworm move around while feeding, usually taking a few bites from numerous leaves, blossoms, or fruit. Young larvae feed mostly on the edges of tender leaves. Older larvae eat holes through leaves and blossoms and into fruit. Several leaf spot diseases of citrus have been associated with cercosporoid fungi in the past. Greasy leaf spot of citrus originally was associated with Cercospora citrigrisea. Philopneustis citrella, citrus leaf miner, Africa and Asia. The larva leaves its fecal pellets in a line down the center of the tunnel, for it lies in the tunnel on its ventral surface. In young leaves, the lamina folds over and twists, with a high degree of distortion. Blariomyza sp. Leaf miners generally do not kill plants. Adult flies are small, inconspicuous grayish-black flies 2 to 3 millimeters long. They may be seen walking over the leaves of host plants during winter and spring, but they often go unnoticed. They may fly slowly, making short hopping flights of about 1 meter at a time. Female flies feed by repeatedly puncturing the undersurfaces of young leaves with their ovipositors and sucking up the sap which flows from the wound. Fruit borer, Helicoverpa armigera. Symptoms of damage. Young larvae feed on tender foliage. Mature larvae bore circular holes, thrust only a part of its body into fruit and eat the inner content. Identification of pest. Eggs. Eggs are sculptured and creamy white in color. Laid singly larva shows color variation from greenish to brown. It has dark brown-gray lines on the body with lateral white lines, and also has dark band pupa, brown in color, occurs in soil, leaf, pod and crop debris. Adult, female light pale brownish yellow stout moth, male, pale greenish moth V-shaped speck. Forewing, olive green to pale brown with a dark brown circular spot in the center. Therefore, we need to correctly identify pests for the appropriate control techniques.
Thank you to all participants. This is the okay. Thank you to all participants. This is the video about the pest, and then I will share the video about the agroecological ecological pest integrated pest management, the resume.
Hello everyone.
Is it the
Into the future.
okay.
Hello everyone. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people in the planet now and into the future. 17 Sustainable Development Goals are: partnerships for the goals, responsible consumption and production, decent work and economic growth, good health and well-being, life below water, clean water and sanitation, climate action, life on land,
peace, justice, and strong institutions. Affordable and clean energy. Gender equality. Quality education. Zero hunger. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. Reduce inequalities. Sustainable cities and communities. No poverty. To be able to achieve this goal, the important thing to be considered is agriculture, because in the crop production, sometimes it is constrained by attacks of harmful pests and diseases. So, we need to implement an integrated pest management system so that agricultural products are maintained in quality, quantity, and environmentally friendly. Integrated pest management is a holistic approach to sustainable agriculture that focuses on managing insects, weeds, and diseases through a combination of cultural, physical, biological, and chemical methods that are cost-effective, environmentally sound, and socially acceptable. This includes the responsible use of crop protection and plant biotech products. Food and Agricultural Organization have defined IPM as the careful consideration of all available pest control techniques and subsequent integration of appropriate measures that discourage the development of pest populations and keep pesticides and other interventions to levels that are economically justified and reduce or minimize risks to human health and the environment. IPM emphasizes healthy plant growth, conservation of natural enemies, regular observations, and encouraging natural pest control mechanisms. To implement integrated pest control, we need to organize the environment to resemble the biodiversity in the forest, the communities of organisms interacting with their environment, which is modified to produce agricultural products called agricosystem. So, in the simple term, we have to organize the agricosystem as a basic of integrated pest management as an effort to prevent pest and diseases attacks, because the IPM strategy are prevent, monitor, and intervene. For long-term solutions to the pest and plant disease problems could be achieved through the improvement and management of agroecosystems to maximize preventive action in managing pest and disease attacks. The following is a landscape design of a agroecosystem arrangement divided into above ground and below ground arrangements. As a first step, maximum effort should be made to prevent problems with pests, diseases, and weeds to avoid the need for intervention. Examples include rotation of crops according to a predefined crop rotation program, ensuring optimal plant spacing or plant density, choosing more resistant plant varieties and rootstocks, and ensuring hygienic conditions in and around the field. The plant diversity is responsible for minimizing the economic damage from insect pests by facilitating the populations of existing or naturally occurring bean-sile organisms by supplying them with appropriate habitat and alternative food sources. The pollen and nectar present in the O-ring plants are required as alternative food for natural enemies, which are the key elements of diversity at agroecosystems. The population of natural enemies such as predators, parasitoids, and pathogens is diverse and abundant in diverse agroecosystems where fewer pesticides are used than in monocultures or in elds routinely treated with pesticides. The eld margins can be converted into reservoirs of natural enemies by providing habitats which supply pollen, nectar, and other resources. These natural enemies move from eld margins into crops and provide biological control. You can attract natural enemies and improve biological pest control by planting polycultures and flowering plant. In order to properly utilize the abilities of natural enemies, the flowering plants used have the characteristics of being easy to grow, easy to breed, brightly colored, and long blooming periods. A healthy biodiverse soil will support high levels of potentially beneficial soil organisms and low levels of potentially harmful ones. A soil rich in fresh residues, sometimes called particulate or light fraction organic matter, can feed huge numbers of organisms and foster abundant biological activity. Healthier soils produce crops that are less damaged by pests. in order to make plants increase the growth rate, stay more vigorous, make better use of soil water, and to produce greater numbers of roots, allowing more surface area for root absorption and nutrient uptake, and shortening susceptible stages of plant growth. Maintaining balanced soil nutrition is essential. To be able to provide nutrients according to the needs of the soil, it is necessary to do soil testing. How to use it is to plug the tip of the tool into the soil you want to measure, then long press the button to measure the pH of the clay, the pointer on the soil tester. The above value indicates the soil pH value of 1 to 14, and the lower value indicates the soil moisture value in percent. The addition of organic amendments helps to improve soil structure, water and nutrient holding capacity of the soil, and enhanced microbial activity, which contributes to biological control. It also found to be very effective in the management of diseases caused by pathogens and weeds. The ones of the organic amendments is compost. Here's how to compost straw with the non-reversal ventilation method. Materials needed include fresh straw cut into pieces, decomposers from rhizospheric bacteria or Trichoderma sp or Glycladium sp, molasses and water. First, prepare a mixture of 200 liters of water, 10 cc per liter of decomposer, and 10 cc per liter of molasses. The milled straw is stacked in layers 20 centimeters high, 1 meter wide, 1 meter long, and 1 meter high to form a compost heap of 1 meter cubic with a volume of compost material of about 1 meter cubic. To avoid falling piles, a bamboo fence with the same size is made. The aeration technique of composting by means of ventilation is made by placing a bamboo nest at the base of a haystack, approximately 30 centimeters above the ground, or perforated bamboo, which is bent vertically, so that aeration can occur from the bottom to the top of the pile. Straw is stacked loosely, not compacted, for good aeration. Then add the decomposer evenly over the stack. After that, pile up the milled hay on top of the pile as high as 20 centimeters, and moisten it with water that has been mixed with molasses and decomposer previously. And so on until the pile height is about 1 meter. The compost is covered with a tarpaulin plastic sheet to retain moisture and minimize evaporation and ammonia loss. Compost will increase in heat within 24 up to 48 hours, and this heat needs to be maintained at a temperature of about 50 degrees Celsius or more, and not reversed. Rye compost is characterized by a constant temperature of 40 until 50 degrees Celsius, crumbs and dark brown in color, with the following qualities: C organic more than 12%, CN ratio 15 to 25%, moisture content 40 to 50% and blackish brown color. Plant growth promoting bacteria or PGPB is a beneficial rhizobacteria and endophytic bacteria that has ability to control plant diseases or biocontrol, contains growth hormone ZPT or biostimulant, and helps the absorption of fertilizer or biofertilizer. As bioprotective properties, PGPB controls disease by means of antibiosis, space competition, and hyperparasitism. As biostimulant properties, PGPB has growth hormone, one of which is indole acetic acid, which can help plant growth. As the nature of biofertilizer, PGPB has the ability to help decompose phosphate fertilizer elements so that it is easily absorbed by plants. The difference between root bacteria and endophytes is the location of their life. Rhizospheric bacteria are in plant roots, endophytic bacteria are in roots, leaves or stems in plants. How to make it very easy. The materials used include a starter from bamboo roots, fine bran, sugar, shrimp paste and calcium carbonate marinade. Starters can be obtained through local materials such as bamboo roots or putri malu roots to attain several types of local bacteria. Hello everyone. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Okay, this is the last video, and maybe we'll thank you to all participants because you have to stay tuned to this presentation until finish. And thank you, Miss Niken. Maybe we can move to the discuss. And then thank you. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Lutfi, thank you so much. On the basis of the presentation and the video, we may take note that the integrated pest management is important steps to attain SDG 1, SDG 2, and SDG 3. Distinguished participants, it is now time to discussion and Q&A. And Mrs. Lutfi, there are two questions from Madagascar and Ethiopia. The question is, soil testing and vermicompost remain tough in their countries. Is there any other method to measure the soil's nutrient level and conduct vermicompost?
Okay, thank you for the question. The question is the other, maybe, I'm sorry, maybe Mr. Can you replay the question?
Yes, okay. So Mrs. Lutfi, the question is, soil testing and vermicompost remain tough in Madagascar and Ethiopia. And is there any other method to measure the soil's nutrient level and conduct vermicompost?
Oh, method of the compost, maybe from the video is very clear that show that how to make a compost. If in the Madagascar is different, maybe the example is very easy, but maybe the vermicompost in the Madagascar, it can be increase the soil structure and it good too for the soil.
Mrs. Lutfi, thank you very much for the explanation. Maybe another thing is that we are talking about the outcome of what we are aiming at when we are doing conducting a vermicompost. Like, for example, is there any other method that results in similar outcome with vermicompost?
The similar with vermicompost, the all of the compost is very good for the soil. Maybe the easiest method on the some of country can use to make a compost, and vermicompost is very good, but I'm sorry, I can explain in the English, but I only can answer that the vermicompost is fine to the soil. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. We really appreciate it. Also similar question, this feedback came from Burundi since it is still correlated with the previous question. How to make a soil test by using an Android application? Do you think it's possible to use an Android-based application to conduct a soil testing?
Yes, this is the example for our tenant in this tenant of ICAT. He have Android application, and then the tools for this application. So some of basic of the Android can be used from the simple tools, and but maybe it's very expensive, so it can be applied to the special farm.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. So, based on the experience of a farmer that you were explaining to us, that the Android application was restricted for the usage of the farmer, or maybe is it possible for farmers in African countries to use similar Android application, or they have to build one for themselves?
Okay, it can be applied to other countries, not only for Indonesia, and it's easy if we have the tools, and we only have to we only have the Android application, so we can apply it.
Okay.
But okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. So maybe if there is a link for the Play Store to download the app, maybe you can share it. I don't know, maybe on the chat section, or maybe you can share it to me so that the NAM Center could distribute it to email blast to the participants so that they can utilize the Android application on their device.
Okay, I have the WhatsApp. This is his name is Hardi from Bumiaji, and then you can go to the website www.bumiaji.co.id, and then the tenant of ICAT have a website www.bumiaji.co.id. You can contact to this website because she have a lot of experience about Android application for the soil testing with Android application.
Okay, Mrs. Lutfi. Maybe you can write down the website on the chat section just in case we try to avoid maybe a typo or something else. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi.
I have write it on the chat room. This is the website, and then maybe you have the WhatsApp number.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I will share it here and WhatsApp number. Okay, participants, you may free to visit the website or maybe contacting the developer on WhatsApp just in case you need the Android application to conduct a soil testing. Mrs. Lutfi, maybe we can move to the next question. Still, this question came from Madagascar. The question is, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it because it's in Latin, is Spodoptera frugiperda a natural enemy? And if it is a pest, which type of biopesticides we can use?
Okay, the Spodoptera frugiperda natural enemy is a Metarhizium anisopliae. So we have the farmer from ICAT, the tenant, have to use it to control the Spodoptera frugiperda. This is the biopesticide tool for Spodoptera frugiperda.
Okay, thank you very much. For Madagascar, do you have any further feedback regarding Mrs. Lutfi's explanation about Spodoptera? Of course, you can still address your feedback verbally. Maybe you can start turning on your microphone, turning on your camera, just in case you want it. Okay, yes. At which stage do we apply the methylation?
Okay, in this stage, we apply the methylation is the first we can apply to the compost. So compost plus methylation, and then if we have some of tillates to the field, it can be mixed from with the soil, and then it can prevent from the attack of the Spodoptera frugiperda. And then the second, we have to monitoring to the corn, to the maize, and then if we know there is a fall armyworm, we have to spray to the plant. So we have to prevent first, and then if we know in the plant, in the corn, we have to spray to control this Spodoptera frugiperda.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi, for the very detailed explanation. I believe that it answers all of the questions from our participants from Madagascar. Another question, this one came from Mauritius. Fruit flies are fairly large in Mauritius. Hydroxide protein is utilized for trapping purposes, but it is not sufficient. Can you provide other biopesticides or other controls?
In ICAT Ketindan, we have botanical pesticide to prevent the attack of the fruit fly. We use the liquid smoke, and how to make it will be explained by Mrs. Dewi after this session. And if we the other control for fruit fly, the first is trap, pheromone trap with methyl alcohol, and then the second is plant trap with selassie in Indonesia. Maybe the other country have some plant, and the chemical in the plant is methyl alcohol, so it can be the trap of the fruit fly. And then if you the plant can trap, we can spray by biopesticide like Beveria bassiana. Maybe I can share screen about the trap of the plant by selassie to trapping the fruit fly. Maybe I can maybe I have to find it first. This is still in Indonesia, but and this is the Okay, Miss Niken, like that, the trap of the fruit fly. And we can use the pheromone trap too by methyl alkanol.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. So I just want to make sure, since of course you are using a particular plant for the model on the video, I am guessing whether is the similar method for trapping works for another plant species?
For another plantation, this is only the selassie that can be in English is basil.
Basil, okay, okay. But does the similar method can work for other plantations?
Other plantation? No. The plantation. No, it's only the basil. It can be trapping the fruit fly.
Okay, I mean, okay, so that is the name of plantation that is used for the trapping. I mean not the plantation that is protected from the. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. Yes. Okay, so maybe we are moving still maybe we can just return back to our discussion about vermicompost, because the participant from Ethiopia is joining back. He is asking like what you are doing with vermicompost, where is the amount of fertilizer to apply, and what is the amount of fertilizer to apply, whether in urban or in rural area.
Okay. The question is?
Yes, the question is about how to do vermicompost, and is there any kind of dosage to apply?
Okay. How do you make vermicompost? Okay. The tenant of the ICAT have make a vermicompost, and then the apply of the vermicompost is also can apply to the field, and then the amount of fertilizer is it depend on the field, because we have to test before how much the soil need the fertilizer. If you a lot of chemical fertilizer, so you have to apply a lot of the biofertilizer, the compost or vermicompost.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mrs. Solomon, do you want to say something in response to the explanation from Mrs. Lutfi, please? You can unmute your microphone, Mr. Solomon.
I'm Solomon.
Yes, we can hear you, but your voice is a little bit low. Maybe you can speak a little bit louder so that we can hear you, please.
Okay, thank you. So I think his response is, I think, are you here?
Maybe you can speak a little bit louder, Mr. Solomon.
Yeah, I'm speaking, but
okay. Please continue, Will.
Yeah, now I think you're here. Hello.
Hello, please continue.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Solomon. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Solomon. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Solomon. Or maybe Mr. Solomon, you can do wait, let me text you.
Okay.
Can use an audio testing feature if you are using a laptop. There is a feature for test and audio, test audio and speaker. You can see whether both your speaker and microphone work well. Okay, Mrs. Lutfi and participants, maybe while we are waiting from Mr. Solomon, we can go to the next question first. Mrs. Lutfi, another question. This one came from Rwanda. The question is, how does integrated pest management affect crop residues?
The crop residues, the IPM crop residues. The crop residues from the IPM can be used to compost too. Maybe the crop residue can be the material of the compost.
Okay, that is very interesting because in that way we can, it can be one of the methods to avoid waste, agricultural waste that is become one of the central issue in sustainable development. So for Rwanda, do you have any further feedback regarding explanation from Mrs. Lutfi?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry first. Okay. I have to add some opinion because the crop residues have to separate it from the crop residue. Sometimes it have a sign of the disease, so we have separate it from the material for the compost.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. So I'm not sure whether I should address this question to you or to Mrs. Dewi, because we were talking about trapping, and some of the participant was saying that sometimes trapping is not enough in preventing pest on the plantation or on the plant. And I think maybe like last year, NAM Center had an event with another organization, and one of the speaker was talking about pest as well. And she says that sometimes doing pest management using trapping is not enough if it's only on your farm, because a pest coming from another farm can come to your farm, and therefore sometimes it requires commitment from the government to do a large-scale trapping in order to conduct integrated pest management successfully. Do you have any opinion about that, Mrs. Lutfi?
Okay, that's why we have two IPM strategies, not only trap, but in the technique, the control technique on the IPM is there is culture technique, and then trap, physics mechanism, and then biopesticide, biological control, and then botanical pesticide, and then chemical pesticide. And for fruit fly, is if there is not enough, we can apply the liquid smoke. And the liquid smoke will be explained by Ms. Dewi. It can be control the fruit fly. In our experience, the fruit fly on the chili, but if in the chili it is success, so it can use to other plant like mango or the other.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. So yeah, for participants, if you are very curious about how to conduct trapping and using multiple methods, multiple methods in doing integrated pest management, please stay after the break because we are going to listen to the presentation from another speaker. So final question, Mrs. Lutfi, since we are close to the break time. This is very technical question actually because the participants are asking about whether it is possible for them to retrieve the video and your presentations. Could you perhaps, maybe your team, is it possible to put it on the LMS so that participants can download?
Okay. The presentation is on the LMS, and I will renew it because this is a lot of edition. And then the video, some of video I get it from the YouTube, and then our video, maybe I will talk to our team. It can be upload to the LMS or not. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. Okay, maybe one final question. I'm sorry, from a participant from Ethiopia. Still, this one came from Mr. Solomon, of course. He's asking about what does fungicide do for wheat regarding on yield and tolerance?
Okay.
Wheat is, I think it's tepung, maybe in our language, or gandum. I'm sorry, gandum.
Yes, gandum. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The usage of fungicide on wheat, on gandum.
I'm sorry if in the gandum I don't have experience in the gandum, but if we see in the rice, maybe same characteristic with gandum, we can say that the fungicide is can be applied, but we have to monitor it first, how much we have to apply to the field, and then we can say that biofungicide is more good for environment than the chemical fungicide.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfi. Okay, Mr. Solomon, do you have any further feedback or maybe you want to follow up your question? Mr. Solomon, please, you can unmute your microphone.
Thank you for getting this question. I think my question, in our country, there is some problematic issue on fungicide. That means one of the pests. So I think our country, regarding on wheat production, you know, the bread wheat production. So there is some productivity loss on that fungicides. So that means I think either loss leaf, stem, or rest. So for that matter, I think it is happening this fungus on that productivity. So we need productivity for the sustainable or for food security, I think, in our Ethiopian country. So it is happening these fungicides on that crops, especially on the bread wheat. So what is how to manage these fungicides? I think this is a question for clarifying the question. So it is happening on this crop. So how to manage this pesticide? Is that field we can spray, or is that managed with greenhouse? I think the fungicide or the fungus strain is, I think, the Tritinca is a strain, fungus strain. That strain, I think, spraying much place. I think it's on the field. Once we spray on the field, there is spraying that there is spreading the fungus. So also we can attack other fields, that means other crops or other plant materials. So is that any mechanism to minimize this spraying of the fungus? That means rather than hotspot or greenhouse area. I think Ethiopia is one of the urban agricultural productivity we have here. So many of the many researchers or scientists, I think, doing in this lost time. So is that any mechanism to do this kinds of pesticide or the sustainability of these breadwheats, and also how to manage these pesticides on the field? So this is my question. Or I'm also one of the experts in this project work. So I'm doing in this project. I think my project is, I think, the identification and molecular characterization on this breed wheat to manage this pesticide. That means the fungus. The fungus is lost. I think the crop or the leaf, the wheat leaf, with stem and root. So I need also the clarification on this, if it is possible. This is, I think, the harsh problem in Ethiopian country. So this is, I think, any colleagues or from Indonesia, any experience on this. So I need the response. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. Mrs. Lutfi, do you need me to summarize the question from Mr. Solomon, or you can just answer it right away? You can unmute your microphone, please, Mrs. Lutfi.
Maybe Ms. Niken, you can help me for the question is the question for Mr. Solomon is about fungi.
Yes, yes, about fungi on wheat. On wheat, and I'm sorry, Mr. Solomon, maybe if I'm wrong, you can correct me. So I'm guessing that he's asking about, is there any threshold and how to conduct, how to use a fungicide, because sometimes if we are not cautious in using fungicide to wheat, it can result in decrease in productivity.
Yeah, I think we need the productivity. We need the productivity, especially the crop productivity. Our country, I think we need the bread wheat. I think simply the bread wheat is productivity in Ethiopia, especially Hosanna around, that is a special area. So just we are conducting on that bread wheat research work. So it happened, these fungicides happen. That means loss of the productivity due to this fungus. The fungus strain is Tritinca, this special strain of the fungus. So it is happening on the yield of the crops, on the yield of the wheat productivity. That is attacking on the leaf or yellow rust or steam rust. The rust is the fungus. So how to manage this rust rather than experimental field or greenhouse? Is it any spot area to do such fungus or fungicides? No, fungus, the strain of the fungus is one of the cause. So once we spray the fungus on the field, so also there is some biological factor. There is some biological factor. Just we save one experimental area, also we lose other plants because the fungus is a spreader. So for that issue, is that any mechanism? Is that any mechanism? That's question.
Okay, thank you. Back to the theme. this is ecologically based integrated pest management. So if we have to control the fungus on the field, we have to the first is in the intervention of the IPM is culture technique, but in the to prevent the attack of the fungus is the intercropping and then the space of the plant between the other plant, and then if this space it can be make the humidity of the of the plant is not suitable for the fungus, and then we can prevent first the attack of the fungus. But if the fungus is still attacked, we have to control with the other with the control technique, and then maybe the if the fungus is the correct identification, for example, in the rice we have blast on the rice because of Puricularia oryzae. It can be controlled by Corynebacterium, some of plant growth promoting bacteria. We can spray to the plant, and then not only for the spray, but we can have seed treatment to the rice for prevent the attack of the fungus. And then if in the field we have to spray the PGBB on the rice plant, and it can control the fungus on the plantation. Maybe my explanation, I hope, is can be accepted to Mr. Solomon. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe you can email me on lutfi.3.andriani@gmail.com. So we have a lot of discuss about the IPM, not only for the prevent, but monitor, but also the intervention, all of the IPM. We have open to the discuss in the email. So we have a lot of time for discuss.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Solomon and Mrs. Lutfi, and of course all participants for the interesting and very engaging discussions. Because we are quite near to the break time, we can conclude this session. And of course, you already have the email address of Mrs. Lutfi, just in case you have further question on the ecologically method to control pest. You can always email Mrs. Lutfi through the provided email address. Again, I want to invite Mrs. Lutfi to provide a final comment on the presentation. Please, Mrs. Lutfi.
Okay, thank you. The ecologically based integrated pest management is very necessary to prevent the attack of the pest and plant diseases. So you have to design the landscape of the agro-ecosystem to prevent from the attack of the pest and plant diseases. Okay, thank you.
Many thanks, Mrs. Lutfi, and thank you very much for imparting your knowledge to us. We are very happy for your presence. Please keep safe and stay healthy.
Thank you.
Distinguished participants, we are going to have 5 minutes of break. Please feel free to stretch out as we carry with our training. We encourage you as we move to the next speaker to keep the Zoom meeting window open. Thank you very much. We are returning back in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cek satu, cek cek sound, cek sound.
Okay, check. Check 1, 2, 3.
Mrs. Dewi, are you already with us? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, may I resume the training? A distinguished lecturer, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for remaining on the second day of the online training course on the principles and applications of integrated pest and disease management, organized by the Non-Aligned Movement Center for South-South Technical Cooperation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, in cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. As you can see on the screen, Mrs. Dewi already with us. I would like to read her brief biodata before she begins her presentation. So Mrs. Dewi Melani has 4 years of experience, over 4 years of experience providing training on integrated pest and disease management, sustainable agriculture, and farming entomology. She holds a BA in biology and a master's degree in crop sciences or plant protection. She is now teaching at the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Training of Ketindan under the auspice of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. She is trained to cultivate soybeans and train of trainers. She publishes scientific journals and books on biopesticides, farm entomology, pest and disease management, and agriculture ecology. During this session, she will present topic on integrated pest management control tactics. Without further ado, may I give Mrs. Dewi the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Niken. It's such an honor for me to can join to this program for the second time. Thank you so much. And good morning, good afternoon, all the participants. I hope all the participants in a good condition and stay healthy, of course. Okay, now we are going to the next topic about the integrated pest management control tactic. Okay. From the topic, we want that all participants can be able to define integrated pest management and also can understand the control strategies that used in IPM. And then we hope that all the participants can also understand about the botanical pesticide. Okay, we start from the background. As we know that the key of crop management farming in any farming system is the prevention of anything that will decrease the amount of crop harvested. Pest insect feeding on plant, for example, can reduce the harvest or destroy crops. And the key of the prevention is the healthy plants, and the key to get the healthy plant is also the soil. So the soils have to help also. The demand of the growing world population for food and fiber require farmers to produce more crop on existing farmlands. To increase this yield, require continuous improvement of agricultural technologies to minimize crop losses. And the challenge is to do this while protecting the environment. So IPM is a big part of the solution to provide farmers with tools and also the strategies to maximize production and also to minimize losses due to the insect, weed, and also the disease. Increasingly, it is being adopted in both the developed and developing country for long-term sustainable agriculture that achieve adequate, safe, and quality food production, improve farmer livelihood, and also conserve non-renewable resources. What is IPM? IPM, or Integrated Pest Management, is defined as a farmer-based and knowledge-intensive management approach that encourages natural and cultural control of pest and disease population by anticipating a pest and disease problem and managing their number to reduce losses. So we can see here the goal of IPM is to use all the appropriate tools and tactics to keep pest population below the economic damaging level and to avoid adverse effect to humans, wildlife, and also the environment. The tool is divided into the four methods. The first is cultural, physical, biological, and also the chemical. So management decisions are based on information gathered about the pest problem and crop. Then we will use the combination of countermeasure that best suit from to solve the problem. Okay, now we will talk about the field scouting or the monitoring. Sometimes monitoring of field scouting is an activity that is rarely implemented in the field. But field scouting or monitoring is an important part of any IPM program because it helps define the pest problem. A scouting trip through field reveals like what kind of pests are present, the growth stage of the pest and the crop, the location of the pests, whether the pests are parasitized or diseased, the pest population, if the population increasing or decreasing, and also the crop condition. So don't forget, we have to remember also the following basic principles when we are do a field scouting or the monitoring. The first is we have to take sample from several area of the field. The second is select sample site at random unless field condition suggest uneven pest distribution. And the third, do not sample in border row or field edges unless indicated to do so far a particular pest. Okay, the important thing that we have to know besides the field scouting or monitoring is economic threshold. What is economic threshold? The economic threshold is the pest density at which action must be taken to prevent the pest population from increasing and causing economic damage. Okay, the economic thresholds are constantly changing. Why is changing? Because they vary between the field, varieties, and growth of stages. And the economic thresholds are a function of crop value and cost of control. So in general, a high value crop will have a lower economic threshold, less pest damage will be accepted, and countermeasure must be taken sooner. So economic thresholds are often referred to as action threshold. But in fact, the lack of information and knowledge about the economic threshold causes a farmer applying chemical pesticide as early as possible when they find only one pest in their crop. So maybe we can see in this picture, there are stages of an example IPM cycle. Yeah, when planning can start at any stage of a cycle, and the order of stages is flexible. So to know how to continually improve your IPM, we have to know the knowledge about the pest itself, pest and disease, the life cycle of the pest, and also the disease. We have to know about the natural enemy, and then we have to know about the factor of your growing area that affect pest pressure. After we know about the knowledge, we know we do a prevention like a site selection, crop and variety selection, time of planting, water and nutrient management, farm hygiene, and so on. And after we do a prevention, we have to do observation. For example, a field scouting, frequent scouting, crop monitoring, and also pest identification. We can use trap or other insect count to observation. Okay, after we do observation, don't forget, we can do intervention. Intervention is divided into 4 control. The first is cultural control, mechanical control, biological control, and the last is chemical control. And don't forget, this is important. After we do the intervention, we have to do evaluation or assessment. Why? Because after evaluation, we will know whether the intervention or prevention we have taken is effective or not to control the pest and disease. Okay, now we move to the first intervention about cultural control. We know that the cultural control uses farming practices to reduce pest population. Generally, cultural control methods are preventive action rather than a curative action. For example, like a crop rotation, it belongs to cultural control. And we can see from the picture, this picture show you about the agri-ecosystem management and associated with cultural practices that affect the biodiversity of the natural enemy and of course of the pest itself. The crop rotation is needed to break a life cycle of the pest. And then we want to talk about the physical control. Physical control in crop protection. Crop protection comprises techniques that limit pest access to the crop or the commodity. It can be induced the behavioral changes or cause direct pest damage where the pest is actually attacked and destroyed. And for the physical control, is divided into two modes of action and classification. The first is passive method and the second is active method. Passive method, for example, we can use like a trap, and then we can use oil, we can use hydrophilic particle film, but for the active method, we usually can use like a thermal shock, electromagnetic radiation like infrared or radio frequencies. And the third, we will talk about the biological control. Maybe Mrs. Lutfi previous have talked about the biological control. Biological control is the use of living organism to reduce a pest, not only pest, but also the disease population. These beneficial organisms are referred to as a natural enemies. So we can call that biological control is related with a natural enemy. And it's divided into the three groups. The first is predator, the second is parasitoid, and the third is pathogen. As we know that the predator, that is organism that eat the pest, the size usually bigger than the prey. And predators are usually not specific, but general. But what they eat, they will eat a variety of pests. Different with the parasitoid, parasitoid is specific. Parasitoid is organism that must live in or on another organism to develop. A parasitoid is usually an insect that develop on and fits inside another insect. For example, like webs and flies. And pathogen is a disease-causing organism such as bacteria, viruses, and fungi that infect and kill the pest. And this is, we can see from this table, the example of insect biological control agent. For predator, we have a lady beetle, and also we have a green lacewing. They can control aphid, scale, insect, and also mite. And for the parasitoid, we can see here Braconic wasp and Trichogramma wasp. Trichogramma wasp is usually used in the rice field to control the pests. And then for the pathogen, we can see here like a Bacillus thuringiensis or BT. We can see here a Beveria bassiana, like insect pathogen. So many natural enemy that can be used to control pests and disease. And the last of intervention is chemical control. Yeah, chemical control is, as we know that chemical pesticide is one of the most frequently technique that applied by farmers around the world. And the decision to use a pesticide as a part of an IPM program should be based on a scouting program, pest identification, economic threshold, and crop or pest life stage. And when we use properly, pesticide provide an effective and reliable control of most species. But yeah, we know that in fact, farmers apply chemical pesticide not based on the scouting program and the economic threshold. So sometimes they apply the pesticide overdose or several pesticides that have different active ingredients. So it can cause a many negative impact for the human health, for the environment. As we can see here, If we see from this picture, the graphic from this picture, we know that the impact of chemical pesticide on natural enemy. In nature, pest population are balanced by the relationship between the predator and also the pest. If predator are removed or die because the synthetic pesticide or migrate, opportunistic pest species are able to breed unchecked. And it is impossible to annihilate an entire pest population. At least there are 2% of population can be a survivor and may be safe in area and resistant to synthetic pesticide. With the predator, with the condition, the predator no longer in the field, and then they are able to multiply very rapidly, it can be causing infestation that are worse than ever before, or usually we know about the resurgence. Resistant and resurgence is the effect of the chemical pesticide. Okay, however, if we use the synthetic chemical, turn out to have negative impact, including resistant, resurgent, ecosystem damage, and disrupt human health. Given the side effect caused, it is necessary to develop alternative pesticides that are safe, easily degraded naturally, but remain toxic to pests and disease, do not pollute the environment, and are safe for human. So we, ICAT Ketindan, try to develop organic pesticide as an alternative pesticide, or we also known as botanical pesticide. Now, what is botanical pesticide? Okay, the problem caused by synthetic pesticide and their residue have increased the need for effective biodegradable pesticide with a greater selectivity. And botanical pesticide can answer the problem. Botanical pesticide itself is organic pesticide derived from plants that have a naturally occurring defensive property, or maybe we usually know about the secondary metabolite. Okay, and then the botanical pesticides have long been touted as attractive alternative to synthetic chemical pesticide for pest management because botanical reputedly pose little threat to the environment or to human health. And secondary metabolite often play an important role in plant defense against herbivory and other interspecies defenses. Okay, and then this is the secondary metabolite. The secondary metabolite, also called a specialized metabolite, toxin, secondary product, or natural product, are organic compounds which are not directly involved in the normal growth, development, or reproduction. So if we know the primary metabolite like carbohydrate, protein or fat, there are a primary metabolite because they are directly involved in the normal growth. So secondary metabolite is not directly involved about the development or reproduction of the organism. And secondary metabolite have a lot of function. For example, it can be attractant, also it can be protect for environmental stress. It can be as a growth regulator and also to compete with other plants, or we usually call allelopathy. A secondary metabolite is divided into the three groups. The first is alkaloid, phenolic, and the last is terpenoid. Okay, we can see here the alkaloid are a diverse group of nitrogen. So the alkaloid is compound that have a nitrogen. Okay, many alkaloids can affect the central nervous system of animal by binding to neurotransmitter receptor. So if the participant have plant in your country and then you taste the plant is bitter, so the plant have an alkaloid. Yeah? The plant have an active ingredient is alkaloid. Alkaloid is usually give a plant a bitter taste. And for phenolic are a chemical compound characterized by the presence of aromatic ring, and phenolic are the most abundant secondary metabolite of plant. And the last is terpenoid. This is the last group of the secondary metabolite. Terpenoid usually give plant their taste, smell, and color. So if we know about essential oil, the smell is really strong. It means that the plant or the leaf or maybe the seed, they have the terpenoid content. Okay, this is the plant families that have insecticidal activity. We can see here there's a lot of family here, but we can see family Meliaceae, they have more than 500 number of species that can be used to make a botanical pesticide. And also they have insecticidal activity. Yeah, and then we also can see here from this table, this is about the medicinal and aromatic plant which can be used as botanical pesticide. We can see there's a lot of name of plant, the English name, and also we can see the scientific name. We hope in your country there's a name of the plant that can be used to make a botanical pesticide. And this is the name of the plant that usually we can use to control Spodoptera frugiperda. We can see here, this is the review of insecticidal activity in 30 plant families in South America against Spodoptera frugiperda. For example, we can see here the Carica papaya. It can cause mortality of Spodoptera frugiperda 90%. And then we can see here like Ricinus communis, it can be have mode of action like insecticidal, and also it can affect the growth inhibition. Again, we can see here Mrs. Lutfi have talked before about the basil, Ocimum basilicum, Ocimum gratissimum is also can affect the Spodoptera frugiperda, and then the common plant we can see here Azadirachta indica, or the common name is neem. It can be reduce insect growth. It can be increased development period mortality. It can be antivident. So they have a lot of mode of action. We can see here also there are plant species Symbopogum citratus, or maybe we also know lemongrass. Symbopogum citratus is lemon, or Symbopogum citratus is lemongrass, and then, or maybe you know citronella grass. It can also use for the botanical pesticide to control Spodoptera frugiperda. And information about plant can be accessed at Plant of the World Online at www.plantsoftheworldonline.org or at eProsea. This is the botanical pesticide used to control different insect pests. Also, the botanical pesticide, this is the active compound. We usually find the nicotine from the tobacco. It can control the aphid tree and also the caterpillar. And then we can also from this table, we know the essential oil. We can get essential oil from different plants like lemongrass, clove. It can control also the cabbage worm, maybe aphid, whiteflies, and also land snails. And we can see neem product. As I mentioned before, neem product is derived from the Azadirachta indica plant. It can also control the armyworms, like Spodoptera frugiperda, and then it can control like stem borer. There's a lot of pests can control by botanical pesticide. Okay, if your country there's no plant that I have mentioned before, you can use another plant in two conditions. The first is the plant have a bitter taste. And the second condition is the plant have a strong aroma. if in your country you have a plant that have a bitter taste and a strong aroma, it means the plant can be used to make a botanical pesticide. This is the neem. This is the example of the plant that usually we use to make a botanical pesticide. The common name is neem or Azadirachta indica. So if in your country there is the plant, is very good because neem is a plant that has been known to have a broad spectrum pesticide properties. It can control around 100 until 200 species of pests. We can use leaf and also the seeds of the plant, but the active ingredient are more in seed. The active compound is like azadirachtin, melantriol, salaminimbin, and also nimbidin. It has a lot of function like insecticide, fungicide, bactericide, nematicide, and also molluscicide. And what is the mode of action of the neem? We can see here they can inhibit and interferes in group. They can inhibit the eating activities, or we usually call antivedant. It can also inhibit the growth and reproduction, and also inhibit the formation of adult insect, suppress egg production, and then inhibit laying and reduce the rate of hatching. And then it means that the mode of action of neem is can inhibit the oviposition of the pest itself. Okay, we can see from this picture, this is the cabbage caterpillar or Coccidolomia pavonana. We can see that at the left side, we can see that the caterpillar failure to molting due to neem extract. They failure to molting due to neem extract. And then if we compare with the right side, this is the caterpillar normal with that treatment. And we can see the other picture here. The neem extract also can affect a deformed Coccidolomia pavonana pupa due to neem extract. We can compare with the normal pupa. We can see here that the pupa cannot be completely closed because the neem extract. And for the imago, we can see on the right picture, for the imago, they failed to get out of the skin of the pupa, and the imago was deformed. The deform is like maybe having smaller wings, so they can fly, they can mating, they can breed, and it can affect the population of pests itself. It will be decreased. And then we have another plant here with same family with Azadirachta indica. The common name is Chinaberry tree or Indian lilac or Melia azedara. It plants have a lot of mode of action. For example, is repellent. They also have stomach poison, contact poison, and also inhibition of fungal growth. Sometimes because they belong to same family, Meliaceae, as we mentioned before, that the Meliaceae is the family that have highest species that can be used to make a botanical pesticide. Neem and also Melia azedara is quite similar, but they have a difference. Maybe we can see from the stem, the color of the stem here. The neem is, the color is slightly reddish, and then the Melia azedara is greenish gray. The color is very different. And then we can see the different from the leaf. We can see from the leaf here. Melia azedara have a leaflet, but the Azadirachta indica don't have a leaflet. So if in your country you have these two plants, this is very good to use to make a botanical pesticide and to control pests and disease in the field. Okay, now we will talk about how to make botanical pesticide. As we can see here that to make a botanical pesticide, there are three methods. The first is distillation, the second is extraction, and the third is pyrolysis. And what is the difference between the three group or three methods to make a botanical pesticide? Okay, let us check this video first. Enjoy.
Integrated Pest Management, IPM, is an effective and environmentally related approach that integrates various types of control tactics. The IPM program uses current and comprehensive information on the life cycle of pests and diseases and their interactions with the environment. This information is used to reduce pest and disease populations to below economic threshold, manage pest damage by the most economical means, and with the least possible hazard to people, property, and the environment. Crop monitoring is very important to identify the presence of pests and diseases and to decide on appropriate actions or the right measures, preventive or curative. Overall, preventive measures can be done through environmental modification, seed treatment, soil treatment, and insect traps. Another preventive measure are by cutting the part of infected plant and using natural enemies. While curative measures are usually done through pesticide application, the application of pesticides must be based on 6 principles, and alternation of pesticides with different modes of action and active ingredients is important to prevent pest resistance to specific pesticide. Excessive use of synthetic pesticides causes many unexpected negative impacts such as acute and chronic poisoning on applicators, farm workers, and even consumers. Disruption of biological control and natural pollination, extensive groundwater pollution, potentially threatening human and environment health, and the evolution of resistance to pesticides and pest populations. Practically all synthetic chemical pesticides are toxic and long-term hazards to the environment and humans because most pesticides are non-specific and can kill life forms that are not harmful or very useful. In the end, an international trade agreement was made for the application of chemicals and pesticides in the production process, especially in controlling pests and diseases, initiated by FAO and UNEP. Therefore, an alternative to synthetic chemical pesticides is needed in controlling pests and diseases to minimize the negative impacts. One of them is botanical pesticides, which have toxic properties that are easily decomposed so they do not pollute the environment and safely for humans and surrounding animal. ICAT Katindon is one of the training institutions for the Technical Implementation Unit of the Ministry of Agriculture, has developed various kinds of botanical pesticide in order to realize sustainable agriculture. Botanical pesticides are naturally occurring chemicals extracted from plants and available as an alternative to synthetic chemical formulations. Botanical pesticides are made by utilizing secondary metabolite compounds and other organic materials such as liquid smoke, essential oils, whose ingredients are derived from medicinal plants. Botanical pesticides can be made with 3 techniques. Distillation, extraction, and pyrolysis, where different techniques will produce different active compounds and ultimately have different effects on pest and disease control. The first technique is distillation, which is the process of separating components of a mixture or chemical compound based on different boiling points. Distillation technique produces essential oils and residues that can be used as pesticides. Essential oils are widely used as fragrances and flavorings in the perfume and food industries. However, it has long been recognized that essential oils can be used for insect repellent, fumigant against certain pests, and fungicidal action against several important plant pathogens. To begin distillation process, we have to assemble a distillation apparatus. The distillation apparatus consists of a reactor tube, stove or heater, a steam transfer tube, a condenser, an oil-water separator, a state-of-set, base, pole, Boschhead, universal clamp. The first step is to pour water into the reactor. Next is the preparation of plant materials to produce essential oils such as cloves, basil, betel, ginger, turmeric, galangal, citronella, vetiver. All plant material should be cut into smaller sizes to facilitate and increase the amount of essential oil during the distillation process and increase the surface area exposed to heat. Put all the plant material into the reactor and then close the lid tightly. When ready to begin the distillation, start circulating water in the condenser. The flow of water should be more than a trickle. Prepare the heat source beneath the reactor. Eventually, a droplet may be seen flowing along the condenser and liquid will begin to collect in the receiving flask. An appropriate distillation collects distillate at a rate of 1 drop per second. Distilling at too fast a rate prevents proper equilibration between liquid and gas phases and results in poor separation. Essential oils and residues resulting from the distillation process are then put into the bottles. To stop the distillation, lower and remove the heat source from the bottomed reactor. Keep water circulating in the condenser until the liquid in the distilling flask is just warm to the touch. Then turn off the condenser water. Essential oils produced from distillation that is still using a kettle often produce a cloudy and dark-colored oil. This condition causes the quality of the essential oil to decrease. Therefore, purification of essential oils needs to be done with a chemical, chelating agent, XO, for which works to find the remaining water and dirt that is still mixed in the oil. Some of the plant materials that can be used to make botanical pesticides are sour leaves, lemongrass, ginger, galangal, turmeric, betel, jatropha leaves and neem. The first step is cut all the ingredients into smaller size to facilitate the stirring process and expand the surface contact of the material with the solvent during the maceration process. Next, crush all the materials using a blender. The ratio of materials and polar solvents, water, is 1 to 4. It means if we want to make 4 liters of botanical pesticides, we need 1 kilogram of plant material. Then, pour the materials into a closed container. Let the maceration process for 24 hours. Maceration is a simple extraction process, where the sample is immersed in a solvent at room temperature for a certain time so that the damage to the extracted chemical content can be minimized. The finer the material, the faster the maceration process. After 24 hours, filter and the botanical pesticide is ready to be applied. Application of this pesticide is 200 milliliters per 16 liters or 1 to 3% for prevention and 110 for curative treatment. Pyrolysis is the process of chemical decomposition of organic matter at high temperatures that takes place in the absence of air or in the absence of oxygen. The decomposition process in pyrolysis is also often referred to as devolatilization, and one of the products is liquid smoke. Specification tool, pyrolysator, consists of burner. Reactor tube which has a modification inside, 5 perforated iron pipes which function to circulate heat so that all materials can be burned perfectly. Then there is a hole to release the smoke from the combustion which is connected to the condenser, and at the bottom of the reactor and the condenser, there is a tar discharge channel from the combustion. Between the reactor and the condenser there is a channel pipe to remove tar from the combustion process. Next is the condenser which functions is to convert gases, smoke, into a liquid through a condensation process, where in this case liquid smoke will be produced. The surrounding condenser will be filled with water until the condenser is submerged. The water in the condenser plays an important role in the process of condensing gases, smoke, into condensate water, and then there is a channel to collect liquid smoke from the pyrolysis process. The pyrolysis process can use all biomass that have C component, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, such as sawdust, wood waste, coconut shells, rice husks, leaf litter, corn cob. What is the pyrolysis process? How to produce liquid smoke? In general, the pyrolysis process occurs at temperatures above 300 degrees Celsius within 8 to 12 hours. However, this situation is very dependent on the raw materials and production method. The first step of the pyrolysis process is dried, cut or crush all the material into smaller sizes. For example, coconut shells are crushed to a small size about 3 to 5 centimeters, then put into a reactor to be burned and then close the lid tightly. Next, fill the condenser with water, then turn on the burner, and the process will run until it produces liquid smoke. Combustion is done imperfectly, that is only using oxygen in small amounts. This oxygen is only to provoke the existence of fire to burn the coconut shell when the fire is already burning, then sealed. That's why the heating is only done for 15 minutes. Application of liquid smoke. Application liquid smoke with a dose 200 milliliters per 16 liters of water. Add surfactant and ready for application. Liquid smoke can be used to control pests and diseases in all crop commodities. Thus there are various techniques that can be used to produce botanical pesticide. In the context of agricultural pest and disease management, botanical pesticides are best suited for use in organic food production in industrialized countries but can play a much greater role in the production and post-harvest protection of food in developing countries. Optimizing the use of botanical pesticides is needed as a component of developing food security and sustainable agriculture programs. Let us back to nature and support sustainable agriculture.
Okay, that's our video. Okay, before we continue, I will review more about the botanical pesticide, how to make a botanical pesticide. The first is distillation. The product is essential oil, and then we can also use the residue or the water from the distillation process. And the second method is extraction. This is the product of the botanical pesticide that made from the extraction method. And then for the pyrolysis, the product is usually called liquid smoke or wood vinegar. It's usually made from the organic biomass like corn cob, rice husk, rice straw, and then like a coconut shell. And I will show you about this is the equipment or pyrolysator to make a liquid smoke. This is the chemical compound in liquid smoke. We can see here from the table, the chemical compound with the higher percentage is acetic acid and also the phenol. What the function of the phenol or acetic acid, what the mode of action of the two compounds. Phenol, it can cause a bacterial cell damage, protein denaturation, activates enzyme, and also cause cell like inhibition, bacterial and fungi. And the acetic acid, they have a mechanism to influence the permeability of the cuticle layers and breaks up the cell membranes and make them leak, causing the insect to dry out and die or dehydration. And we can see here, I have experiment liquid smoke to the Spodoptera litura larva. We can see here that liquid smoke that we can make from the pyrolysis method can cause mortality of larvae due to the synergistic effect by inhibiting acetylcholine enzyme activity in the nervous system, which result in paralysis or paralysis of the larva. We can see on the right picture here, the Spodoptera litura larva have a darker brown color than the control. It caused by phenol and also the acetic acid compound. And I have experiment also liquid smoke to against a rising bug. We can see here that the liquid smoke also can affect the mortality and also the antivedon with a concentration 1.5% with a mortality value until 80%, and the antivedon value is 98%. We have also apply a liquid smoke to against Coletroticum capsicum. This is the fungi that can cause anthracnose disease on chili. This is in vitro. We usually do in our laboratory. We can see here that the liquid smoke at the concentration 3%, it can be inhibit the growth of the fungi. And this is the in vivo in vivo our experiment in the field. We can see here there are the in vitro test, in vivo test show that the best treatment is at 5 until 7% of liquid smoke can inhibit the growth of the fungi, the Calitroticum capsicum. And this is the last presentation. Natural adhesive or organic adhesive or stickers can cause the pesticide solution for in here is botanical pesticide can cause the pesticide to adhere to the leaf surface, resisting rain, evaporation, and runoff. So the toxin or the active ingredients will stay longer on the plant, and we can minimize or maybe we can reduce the frequency of the application if we use the natural adhesive. Okay, maybe I have some quote from Albert Einstein here. If we look deep into nature, and then you will understand everything better. Okay, maybe that's the end of my presentation. I hope all the participants can get my experience and also can get a benefit from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi. I'm sorry if, can you see me on the screen?
Yes, Mrs. Niken.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, because it didn't appear on my screen. Okay, Mrs. Dewi, thank you very much. On the basis of the presentation, we may take note that to achieve the intended outcomes of integrated pest management, it must be carried out consistently. And I also took note that numerous plants can be used to manufacture botanical pesticides under two conditions: plants having a strong, bitter taste and odor.
Yes.
So yeah, distinguished participants, it is now time to discussion and Q&A. And Mrs. Dewi, there is a question from Madagascar. The question is, what component of papaya can we use to control Spodoptera frugiperda?
Okay, thank you so much for the question from Madagascar. The part of papaya that can be used to control the Spodoptera frugiperda, we can use the seed and also the leaf of the papaya. But as I have mentioned in the video, to make a botanical pesticide, maybe we can use the easier method, extraction. We can use botanical pesticide with a ratio 1:4. It means 1 is for the plant material and 4 for the solvent or the water. So if we want to make a botanical pesticide from the papaya, we can use a leaf of papaya, 1 kilogram, and then we can add or blend with the 4 liter of water. After that, we can have maceration process for 24 hours. After 24 hours, we just filter the solution, and then after that, we can use or apply the botanical pesticide with the ratio is 200 milliliter. 200 milliliter botanical pesticide. We can add water is 16 liter. That's for the preventive action. But for the curative, it means that the Spodoptera frugiperda or maybe anything pest or disease, we can use a different ratio 1 to 10. It means we can use 1 liter botanical pesticide. We can add 10 liter of water. Maybe like the Mrs. Niken.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi, for the comprehensive explanation. From Madagascar, do you have any further comments regarding response? Okay. Okay, I assume that the it is the explanation satisfies our participant from Madagascar.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Another question, Mrs. Dewi. This one came from Ethiopia. There are actually a lot of questions from Mr. Solomon, but I will try to summarize his question. This is the first question. He said he was asking, can secondary chemicals protect the plant mother from any pathogenic pest, and any controlling chemicals to protect maize leaf productivity?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Solomon. Wow, nice to meet you, Mr. Solomon. Okay, the question is, secondary metabolite can protect the mother plant. Okay, the secondary metabolite is usually they're already in the plant, but it cannot be. We have a conclusion that if the plant have a secondary metabolite, it means that will not attack by the pest and disease, because the secondary metabolite is very specific. It's not generalized. So, for example, neem have an active compound or a secondary metabolite is nimbidine or azadirachtin. It means that can protect itself from the pest like lepidopteran, like a caterpillar, but it cannot control the maybe like fungi and also maybe the bacteria, because the plant doesn't have a multiple secondary metabolite to control all pests and disease. And secondary metabolite is located not all the part of the plant. Okay, secondary metabolite in the plant usually we can find at the part like a seed. Seed is the biggest part that usually contain a secondary metabolite. So if we can see in general, the leaf and also the stem and also the root usually usually attacked by a pest and disease, but not in seed. Why? Because in seed there are a lot of secondary metabolite to protect itself, and the seed is really important to the plant for the breeding, for the propagation itself. So the conclusion is secondary metabolite. If we use the secondary metabolite, it not means that the plant can save the pest and disease. Something like that, Mr. Solomon, maybe you have a question, or maybe my explanation is clear enough.
Yeah, I think one thing is can add in this question. I think.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, Mr. Solomon, maybe you can put your microphone closer to your mouth. Like sometimes an earphone contains a microphone. You can put it closer to your mouth. Yeah, you can keep it plugged in, but you keep the microphone part closer to your mouth. No, that yes, there is a microphone.
Okay. So what I raised in this issue, are you here now?
Yes, the microphone part. Sometimes there is there any part of any microphone on your earphone?
No, I think only one microphone.
Okay. Please continue.
Sorry for the interruption. So I think, as you say, on the plant, I think there is primary and secondary metabolite, just as you raised. So on secondary metabolite or compounds, there is mother plants are there. So only seed. I think there is a part is leaf, stem, bark, root, seed. There is that much of the parts. So suppose I have extracting or I have phytochemical extraction I will do for some pharmacological effects. So that secondary metabolite fight that pathogenic bacteria or any pathogenic microorganisms? That is, I think, for clarification. Why? Because only I think on the seed there is a metabolic, no, secondary compounds are there as you raised. That's I think one of the for me is ambiguous this question for me. So that means for further clarification I will need. Suppose I conduct such plant productivity, such plant. Suppose I have conducting on the bark and the stem root. I conduct some research for secondary metabolite screening within some chemicals, within some solvent, within some macerative solvent. So it is happening on that parts. Suppose on the plant there is some compounds in the stem, root, and the leaf. As soon as also in the seed, there is a variation. There is a variation. There is a variation. So, what that variation, unique character are there? I think raising on the seed. I think for the secondary metabolite, as you say, the seed is very rather than other plant parts, as you say. I know the plant, the mother plant is we defend that secondary metabolite is once present. There's a defensive mechanism for that mother plant. But is there any variation in that plant parts for secondary metabolites? That is, I think, clarifying the question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. If we can have a conclusion, the different part of plant, they have a different concentration of active compound. So if we want make a good botanical pesticide with have a high effectivity to control pests and disease, we can choose seed as a material to make a botanical pesticide. Why? Because in the seed, they have a lot of secondary metabolite that have a toxin to control pest and disease. I think something like that. And then the second condition that also can affect the active compound is the abiotic factor. The plant that grows in the stress condition usually have an active compound more higher than the plant that we grow in the not a stress condition, in normal condition, because as we know that the secondary metabolite is usually used for the plant to defense mechanism, to help the plant to solve the stress. I think this is very interesting, Mr. Solomon. You have also the experience and also you have an experiment about the secondary metabolite. I think we can talk much, or maybe we can share our experience. You can also maybe send me by email. I think it's better if we can discuss after this training for the further information.
Okay, I will mail and I will contact. Also, one more question.
Yes, Mr. Solomon, I can hear you.
One more question.
Okay, please.
That means I know that transgenic crops.
I'm sorry?
That means genetically modified crops.
Oh, transgenic. Transgenic, okay.
The transgenic crop or genetically modified crops. Defending or against those specific pests rather than normal crop?
Yeah.
You understand what am I saying?
I'm sorry, your voice is not clear enough. Maybe you can type your question in the chat room.
Or maybe Mrs. Dewi, I can try to like what I learned from the question from Mr. Solomon. He was asking about transgenic corn. What is your opinion about resistance? Yeah.
Transgenic corn. Yeah. okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. As we know that transgenic corn is have a lot of debatable, but in my opinion, I have a minimum experience of a transgenic corn because I'm an ecologist. As we know that transgenic and also can affect the natural enemies and also the ecosystem, and also can cause the effect also the pest and disease and also the agro-ecosystem. So I think the transgenic corn is still debatable. But in my opinion, I'm an ecologist. I really not really have experience about the transgenic corn because in Indonesia, we still not develop the transgenic corn because because the problem itself, the effect for the environment.
Okay, I receive it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, share the experience maybe in Mr. Solomon country. How about the transgenic corn? Because we know that the Africa, the corn is the very popular plant that usually grows in every country. Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Okay, thank you. That also touch
the question.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Nikin. Hello.
I'm actually female. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. Thank you very much. Yes, I remember that you also typed another question on the chat section previously. You were asking about how to. Yeah, okay, I can bring it up right now. So, Mrs. Dewi, Mr. Solomon was asking previously about how to increase the banana plant resistance against the Xanthomonas campestris.
Okay, the banana, I think we will discuss tomorrow with Dr. Juniawan because Dr. Juniawan will discuss about the banana plant, all the disease and how to control, how to apply the botanical pesticides. So be patient, okay, Mr. Solomon.
Okay.
Discuss tomorrow. But Mrs. Nikan, I remember about a question about the fruit flies.
Yes.
The how to control the fruit flies. I don't remember the question exactly, but if I have not mistaken, the question is about the fruit fly and also the protein hydrolysate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. For the fruit fly, because now we will talk about the botanical pesticide. Maybe Mrs. Lutfi also said we can use the trap plant like basil or ocimum, and then but the ocimum or basil usually can trap only the male of fruit flies because the active compound is agenol. Agenol, it can attract the male of the fruit fly, but the protein hydrolysate is a bait. It's a bait protein that usually we can use to trap both female and male fruit flies. I have some experience about the control of fruit flies. We can also use the sap of the carica papaya plant, or we usually call papain. Okay, we can use papain. We can just use papain. We use also the trap, and then we hang up in the tree or the plant. It can attract both female and male of fruit flies. So for botanical plant to control the fruit fly, we can also use papaya or carica papaya. Okay, maybe there are any question?
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi, for the explanation. Well, maybe we can move on to the next question. Another question from Madagascar, Mrs. Dewi. The participant was asking, how do you control, I'm sorry, this is in scientific language, Ralstonia solanacearum for potato?
Oh, Ralstonia solanacearum. Okay, yeah. Okay, Ralstonia solanacearum is a disease usually we can find at a potato. This is potato disease. Yeah. Okay, the Ralstonia usually we can find in the soil. Okay, so the spore is in the soil. So same like I have mentioned before, to get a healthy plant, we should have a soil also. To get the healthy plant, we have to get a healthy soil. So to control the Ralstonia and then the Fusarium and maybe the different disease, we have to do some application in the soil. For example, we can add some natural enemies or maybe the biological control like a pathogen, for example, like mycorrhiza. Maybe Mrs. Lutfi as explained before, mycorrhiza, trichoderma, and also the gliocladium. It will help you to control the fungi, include the Ralstonia in your potato plant.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi. A follow-up question actually from Madagascar. How about bacteria? Is there biological control for bacterial wilt potato?
Oh, bacteria. Yeah. Because now we talk about the botanical pesticide, there are botanical pesticides that also can control the bacteria, not only on potato plant, but also the other plant. We can use for bacteria like petal, or maybe the plant from the family Piperaceae. We can use the plant like that because they have an active compound that can control all the bacteria that can cause the disease, not only for the potato, but also for the other plant. So the family Piperaceae is really recommended to control the bacteria that can cause the disease. Maybe the answer, Mrs. Niken?
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Devi. So yeah, so we can say that the different plantation that is used as the ingredient to make a biopesticide can works differently on different pests, disease, and including the bacteria.
Yes.
Yes, maybe we can move on to the next question. Another question from Burundi. At which stage can plants be prepared for pesticide?
Okay, pesticide, it means botanical pesticide, I think. Okay. What stage? I think because botanical pesticide is usually used for the prevention, we can maybe do some application in early stage of the plant. For example, for corn, if we want to application of the botanical pesticide, we can spray at the 5th day after plant, and then we continue at 20 day after plant, and then don't forget 40 day after plant. So we can do or apply the botanical pesticide in 3 stages: 5, 20, and 40 day after plant. That's for the corn plant. Thank you. Maybe the other question, I hope my explanation is clear enough.
Of course, Mrs. Dewi. Burundi, Burundi, do you have further comment regarding a response from Mrs. Dewi? No, okay. I think there is no further comment. There is actually a feedback from Ethiopia regarding your response on back to prevent bacterial wilt. Do you think that we need to read it out loud, or we can just share it on the chat section?
Yeah, maybe Mrs. Niken, please, we can see here the feedback from the Ethiopia. Maybe there's, yeah.
Yes, according to Mr. Solomon, you can use the following control measures to help prevent bacterial wilt rotate. First is rotate crops with pastures, cereals, and non-solanaceous crops for periods of more than 5 years. Use certified seeds from reliable sources. Plant in areas where bacterial wilt has not occurred previously, and control self-sown potatoes. Do you have comment about that, Mrs. Dewi?
Yeah, I really agree with Mr. Solomon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Dewi and participants, because we run out of time, I'm sorry that we must conclude this session, and maybe again, I want to invite Mrs. Dewi to provide a final comment on the presentation. Please, Mrs. Dewi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mrs. Niken and all the participants. Okay, because before I have a remark for my presentation, if all the participants still have a question, maybe you can send me by email. Send me a question by email at melanidewi85@gmail.com, so we can share our experience. Okay, and my remarks for today for my presentation is IPM is a big part of the solution to provide farmer with tools and also the strategies to maximize production and minimize losses due to pests and disease. IPM is based on the concept of ecologically. The application of IPM component is an integrated to maintain the balance of nature of our ecosystem. When the ecosystem is balanced and the agro-ecosystem is managed properly, pest and disease problem can be resolved. And in the end, sustainable agriculture is realized from the economic, social, and environmental aspect. And the botanical pesticide is one of control component of IPM that utilize material from nature, including natural substances from plant to create agricultural production that is safe for the environment, free of pesticide residue, healthy for consumption, increasing farmer incomes. Maybe that's my remarks for today. Thank you so much, Mrs. Niken, and all the participants.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi, for imparting your knowledge on how to conduct pest management sustainably in agriculture. Many thanks, and stay safe and healthy.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Distinguished participants, the second day of the training is about to end, and the last day of the training will be marked with tomorrow's session. You can use the same meeting ID, passcode, and link. Tomorrow, there will also be a presentation on disease management of crop and horticulture plant by Dr. Juniawan. And of course, I encourage you to attend the training tomorrow. Finally, I therefore announce that the training will be put in recess. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.